Welcome to Mythical Vision, where the ancient tales of Greece unfold like shadows cast by a fading moon, cradling you in stories of gods and mortals bound by the delicate threads of love, loss, and the fleeting moments that hold them together. Before we begin, I'd love to know where you're resting tonight. Share in the comments the place and hour that holds you, the quiet that wraps around you, the sigh of the world in your corner, the whisper of the night that soothes your soul. If these tales stir a tender ache in your heart, consider subscribing to wander these realms with me again, to linger in their sorrow and find peace in their embrace. Now find a soft place to settle, let your breath deepen, let the weight of the day slip away, and step with me into a world where the divine and mortal weep beneath a sky heavy with grief, where peace is a fleeting gift, cherished even as it slips through trembling hands, where every story is a tear in the tapestry of eternity, a sigh that lingers in the stillness. Our story begins not with the clash of spears or the blaze of glory, but with a single sigh in a meadow called Thalassa, where wildflowers bowed under a moonless night, their petals silvered by starlight's faint caress, their stems trembling as if they knew the sorrow to come. Here, from a spring of tears that welled from the earth's own grief, was born Irene, goddess of fleeting peace. She was no deity of eternal calm or boundless serenity, but of moments, fragile tender pauses that softened the heart before the world's weight returned, brief respites where sorrow could rest, where love could breathe, if only for a heartbeat. Her eyes shimmered with the light of fading stars, each one a memory of joy lost. Her voice was a lullaby that could hush a storm if only for a breath, its notes a whisper that carried the weight of countless tears. Her form was a veil of mist, glowing with the quiet of dusk, her steps leaving trails of dew that sparkled briefly before fading, her laughter a ripple across still waters that broke the silence only to deepen it. Yet, like all great myths, her tale was woven with tragedy, a thread of sorrow that bound her to the mortal world she loved, a promise of peace destined to shatter under the weight of fate, a light doomed to flicker in the dark. In the age before Irene's spring, when the world was young and raw, the heavens were torn by the Erinyes, the furies of vengeance who scourged the earth with strife, their wings a storm that carried discord to every corner, their cries a blade that cut through hope. Among them was Tisiphone, the fury of retribution, whose whip cracked like thunder, sowing chaos wherever guilt lingered, her eyes burning with the fire of unyielding justice, her presence a storm that left no heart untouched. She thrived on the clamour of conflict, believing peace a weakness, a crack in the soul's armour that invited betrayal, a pause that betrayed the righteous anger she served. Her serpents coiled through the air, their scales black as night, their hisses a chorus that drowned joy, their venom a poison that turned hearts to stone, hardening them against forgiveness, against rest. An oracle, her voice trembling in a cave of shadows lit only by the flicker of dying embers, foretold that a goddess born of tears would temper Tisiphone's wrath, weaving calm where vengeance reigned, softening the fury's heart with a light that could not be quenched. Enraged by this prophecy, Tisiphone vowed to crush any spark that dared to bloom, her whip lashing the skies, her serpent scouring the earth for signs of radiance, her storm a vow to bury peace forever. When Irene rose from her spring, her glow gentle but piercing, a soft light that seemed to hum with the sorrow of the world, Tisiphone saw her own undoing in the goddess's mournful eyes. Irene's radiance was not a blaze to rival the sun, nor a flame to challenge the stars, but a whisper, a delicate promise that pierced the fury's chaos, a melody that threatened to silence her storm, a presence that softened the edges of rage. Tisiphone's vengeance was a tempest, a storm of shadows that swept the meadow, uprooting wildflowers, blackening the earth and choking the air with ash. She sent her serpents to bind Irene, their coils tight with rage, their hisses a dirge that sought to smother her light, their eyes glinting with the malice of eternal strife. But Irene's father, Erebus, the god of primordial darkness, could not bear to lose his daughter, whose glow was a spark in his endless night, a light that warmed the void he called home. With a whispered vow that echoed through the abyss, he cloaked her in a veil of mist, hiding her in a grove of cypress trees, their branches drooping like tears, their roots drinking deep from the earth's sorrow, their shadows a cradle for her fragile spark. There in the cypress grove, tended by the shades of the departed, souls who had known peace only in death, their voices faint as whispers, their forms flickering like candlelight, Irene grew, her power a delicate flame that flickered with each mortal sigh, her heart a vessel for their grief, her light a reflection of their pain. The grove was a sanctuary of silence, its air heavy with the scent of resin, its shadows soft with the memory of lost joys, its stillness a balm for the wounds of the world. The shades sang to her, their melodies woven from tales of love cut short, of dreams left unfulfilled, of moments cherished before they faded into dust. They told of mothers who lost sons to war, of lovers parted by fate, of children whose laughter was silenced by hunger, and Irene listened, her tears joining the spring, her light dimming and brightening with the rhythm of their sorrow, her heart breaking with each story, yet growing stronger, more resolute, more bound to the mortals she would serve. Tisiphone, blind to Irene's refuge, scourged the earth with unrelenting fury, her whip carving rivers of ash through once green valleys, her serpents poisoning the winds with whispers of vengeance, her storms shattering the hopes of those who dared to dream. She believed her reign secure, her chaos eternal, her dominion unchallenged, but sorrow, like a seed, takes root in silence, and Irene's spark grew, a quiet rebellion against the Fury's tempest, a light that refused to fade, a whisper that carried through the ages. The mortals felt her presence, faint but undeniable, a moment's calm in the midst of battle, a breath of peace before a storm, a fleeting dream where grief could rest. These were her gifts, small but precious, and they stirred the world, sowing seeds of hope that Tisiphone could not uproot, kindling sparks that her serpents could not quench. Centuries drifted by, heavy with the weight of mortal pain, their years a tapestry of tears that stretched across the earth. Irene's heart swelled with the grief of those caught in Tisiphone's wrath, her spirit a vessel for their cries, her light a mirror for their wounds. She learned to weave peace from their tears, crafting moments of respite, brief tender pauses where love could breathe, where sorrow could pause, where the heart could mend, if only for an instant. Her gifts were fleeting, a lover's embrace before the clash of swords, a mother's lullaby before the dawn of loss, a poet's verse before the silence of despair. But they were cherished, held close by those who felt them, carried forward in their sighs, their prayers, their dreams. Each moment cost her, dimming her glow, weighing her heart. But Irene gave freely, her love a tide that flowed without end, her sorrow a song that sang of hope, even as it broke. One dusk, beneath a sky bruised with grief, its clouds heavy with unshed rain, its stars hidden behind a veil of sorrow, Irene emerged from her grove, her light a faint glow against the storm, her form trembling with the weight of all she carried. The cypress trees parted, their branches sighing, their leaves falling like tears, as if they knew her purpose, as if they mourned her already. She was no warrior clad in armour, no god of fire or thunder, but a figure of quiet resolve, her glow a beacon that softened the world's sharp edges, her sorrow a shield that bore the scars of countless hearts. She knew she could not end Tisiphone's fury, could not bind the Fury's endless vengeance, could not heal a world broken by strife, but she could offer solace, however brief, however costly, however doomed. With no weapon but her voice, a lullaby that could cradle a storm, a melody that could hold a breaking heart, she set forth, the earth trembling with the weight of her sorrow, as if it knew her fate, as if it wept for her already. Her path was a pilgrimage through a world scarred by strife, a journey through landscapes that wept under Tisiphone's lash, each step a testament to her love, each breath a vow to those she served. She walked through fields of ash where the wind carried the cries of the fallen, their echoes a dirge that clung to her soul, their sorrow a weight that pressed against her light. She crossed rivers stained with blood, their currents pulling at her resolve, their waters whispering of battles lost, of lives undone, of hopes drowned in despair. The shades guided her, their murmurs a map through the dark, their hands cold but kind, leading her past villages burned to ruin, past temples cracked by vengeance, past meadows where flowers no longer bloomed, their petals scattered like forgotten dreams. She passed through valleys where the earth was cracked, its soil yearning for rain, its silence a cry for peace. She climbed hills where the wind moaned, its voice a lament that carried the names of the lost, its chill a reminder of the warmth they left behind. She wandered forests where the trees stood bare, their branches reaching for a sky that offered no solace, their roots tangled with the bones of the forgotten. Each place held a story, each shadow a sorrow, and Irene carried them all, her heart a vessel that grew heavier with each step, her light a flame that flickered but did not fade. She sang as she walked, her voice a whisper that wove through the chaos, a melody that softened the air, a lullaby that cradled the wounded earth, its notes a promise that peace, though fleeting, was real. She met mortals on her way, their faces etched with grief, their eyes dim with loss, their hands trembling with the weight of their pain. To a mother clutching a tattered cloak, she gave a dream of her son's laughter, a moment where his voice filled the air, where his smile warmed her heart. To a poet whose voice had broken, she gave a verse that sang of hope, a line that lingered in the silence, a spark that lit his darkened soul. To a child lost in the dark, she gave a star to guide her home, its glow a beacon that pierced the night, its warmth a vow that she was not alone. To a warrior weary of blood, she gave a breath of calm, a pause where his sword grew light, where his heart could rest before the battle called again. Each gift cost her, dimming her light, weighing her steps, tearing at her essence. But Irene gave freely, her heart breaking with each farewell, her tears joining the earth's own, her song a tide that carried their sorrow, even as it drowned her own. The mortals carried her peace, their sighs a chorus that grew, a faint echo of her melody that defied Tisiphone's storm, a whisper that rose above the clamour of vengeance. They spoke of her in hushed tones, their voices trembling, their stories weaving a fragile web of hope that stretched across the land. They called her the Weeper, the light of tears, the goddess who pauses, and her name became a prayer, a plea for the moments she gave, a vow to hold them close, even as they faded. The world felt her touch, its wounds softened, its grief tempered, if only for an instant, and though Tisiphone's serpents hissed, though her whip cracked, Irene's light lingered, a spark that could not be quenched, a song that could not be silenced. At last, after a journey that spanned lifetimes, Irene reached Tisiphone's lair, a chasm where screams echoed like chains, its depths a void that swallowed light, its air thick with the scent of iron and despair. The ground was slick with the tears of the damned, the walls pulsing with the Fury's wrath, their stone carved with the names of those she had judged. Shadows writhed in the dark, their forms twisted with rage, their voices a cacophony that tore at the soul. Tisiphone towered above her, her whip a streak of fire that burned the air, her serpents coiling like storms, their scales glinting with malice, their eyes burning with a rage that could shatter stone. Her wings spread wide, a storm that blotted out the sky, her presence a weight that pressed against Irene's light, her voice a thunder that shook the earth, a roar that carried the weight of eternal vengeance. "You are but a moment," Tisiphone sneered, her words a gale that sought to tear Irene's glow apart, her whip cracking like a heart breaking, its barbs sharp with the pain of countless souls. "I am forever, the justice that endures, the vengeance that never sleeps, the fire that consumes all weakness." Irene did not falter, though her light trembled, though her heart ached with the sorrow of all she had seen, though her body bore the scars of her journey. She stood, her form a shimmer of mist, her eyes soft with tears, her resolve a quiet strength that defied the storm, her love a shield that held fast against the Fury's rage. She raised her hands, her fingers tracing the air like threads of mist, delicate and trembling, and from her lips came a song, not of defiance, but of mourning, a melody that cradled every wound, every loss, every tear shed in the night. It was the sound of a mother's farewell, of a lover's last touch, of a child's forgotten laugh, woven into a lullaby that softened the chasm's screams, that hushed the serpent's hisses, that stilled the shadow's wrath. The air shimmered, its weight lifting, the darkness pausing, and for a heartbeat, peace reigned. A fragile, fleeting calm that wrapped the chasm in silence, a moment where the world could breathe, where sorrow could rest, where love could linger. Mortals felt it across the land, lovers parted by war, their hands reaching through the dark, mothers grieving sons, their tears falling like rain, poets silenced by despair, their verses rising once more, children lost to hunger, their dreams bright with hope. Their sorrow joined Irene's melody, a tide of tears that rose like a wave, flooding the chasm, softening Tisiphone's heart, if only for an instant. The Fury's whip paused, her serpent stilled, her eyes flickered with something new. A crack in her armour, a glimpse of peace that shook her soul, a moment where vengeance faltered, where justice questioned itself, where rage grew quiet. But peace could not endure, not in a realm ruled by vengeance, not in a world scarred by strife. Tisiphone, enraged by her own weakness, by the crack in her eternal storm, lashed out, her whip a streak of fire that burned through Irene's light, its barbs tearing at her essence, its venom a poison that seared her soul. Irene fell, her glow fading, her form unravelling like mist in the dawn, her spring drying to dust, her voice breaking into a final sigh that echoed through the chasm, a whisper that carried her love, her sorrow, her sacrifice. As she dissolved, she poured her last breath into a gift, a fleeting calm that settled over the world, a moment where all could breathe, where hearts could mend, where love could linger before strife returned, a peace that cost her everything, a light that burned too brightly to last. Irene's form scattered like petals on the wind, her essence fading into the stars, her spring a hollow scar in the meadow of Thalassa, its flowers grey, its earth silent. But her spirit lingered in mortal hearts, a memory of peace that haunted their dreams, a sorrow that softened their pain, a whisper that carried through the ages. Tisiphone retreated, her whip silent, her serpent stilled, her eyes dim with a grief she could not name, a wound that bled in the quiet she had fought to destroy. The world wept, its tears a tide that flowed through the centuries, its sorrow a song that sang of Irene's gift, a moment that lived in every heart, a peace that could not be forgotten, though it could never endure. The meadow of Thalassa grew still, its wildflowers drooping, its air heavy with the scent of loss. But Irene's song echoed faintly, a lullaby that cradled the weary, a vow that even in tragedy, a moment's calm could heal. As you listen, let her sorrow wrap around you, a reminder that even in loss, peace is worth the pain, a tender ache that guides you toward rest, a tide that carries your grief, a melody that soothes the sharp edges of the heart. Feel her whisper now, a soft glow in your soul, a sigh that draws you deeper into a quiet where tears become dreams, where sorrow becomes a gentle embrace, where love lingers like a star in the dark. Now picture a windswept plain, where the grass bends under a sky of endless grey, its clouds heavy with unshed tears, its wind a moan that carries the weight of loss, its chill a reminder of warmth left behind. Here lived Myrrha, a mortal weaver whose tapestries caught the light of dawn, their threads a dance of colour that warmed the heart, their patterns a bridge between hope and despair. Her village loved her, for her work brought solace to their winters, her designs a shield against the cold, her hands a vow that beauty could endure even in sorrow. Yet Myrrha bore a wound, a love for a warrior Caelan, whose eyes held the fire of youth, whose laughter was a spark in her dark, whose touch was a promise she clung to through the nights. Caelan marched to war under Tisiphone's curse, his spear heavy with fate, his heart torn between duty and the love he left behind. Myrrha wove a cloth for his return, its colours bright with hope, gold for his courage, blue for his dreams, red for the love that bound them. She stitched prayers into its edges, each knot a plea for his safety, each thread a vow that he would come home. But each night, her dreams showed him falling, his blood staining the earth, his voice lost to the wind, his light fading under a sky of ash. The visions clawed at her, their weight a chain that bound her heart, but Myrrha clung to her loom, her fingers trembling, her threads a lifeline to the hope she could not release. One dawn, unable to bear the silence, Unable to weave another thread without knowing his fate, Myrrha set out to find him. Her tapestry, her only shield, its folds warm against the plain's chill, its colours a beacon in the dark. The land was scarred, its rivers dry, its fields littered with broken shields, their metal glinting like fallen stars. Myrrha walked, guided by Irene's fading light, her steps steady though her heart trembled, her breath a prayer that carried his name. She sang as she went, a soft melody borrowed from the goddess's spring, its notes a plea for peace, a thread that held her together, a whisper that defied the storm. She crossed valleys where the wind carried the cries of the fallen, their echoes a dirge that clung to her soul, their sorrow a weight that pressed against her heart. She passed villages burned to ash, their hearths cold, their laughter silenced by war, their stones a testament to Tisiphone's wrath. The shades whispered to her, their voices faint but kind, guiding her through forests where the trees stood bare, their branches reaching for a sky that offered no solace, their roots tangled with the grief of the lost. She climbed hills where the grass was grey, its blades sharp with sorrow, its dew a mirror for her tears. Each step was a wound, each breath a lament, but Myrrha pressed on, her tapestry a vow, her song a light that flickered in the dark. At last she reached a battlefield where the earth was red, where the air was thick with sorrow, where the silence was heavier than any scream. There she found Calon, his breath shallow, his eyes dim, his body broken under Tisiphone's curse, his spear fallen, his armour cracked. Myrrha knelt, her tapestry a blanket, and wrapped him in its folds, its colours now muted, its gold faded, its blue dim, its red a stain that matched the earth. She sang Irene's song, her voice trembling, its notes a cradle for his pain, a light in his fading gaze, a melody that wove their love into the silence. For a moment, Calon smiled, his hand warm in hers, his breath a whisper of her name, his eyes bright with the memory of their days. They were whole, their love a fleeting peace that defied the storm, a moment where time paused, where sorrow held its breath, where the world grew still. They spoke without words, their hearts a single pulse, their love a star that burned against the dark, a promise that no war could break. But Tisiphone's shadow fell, her serpents hissing, their venom a cold that seeped into the air. Calon slipped away, his light joining Irene's in the stars, his warmth fading from Myrrha's hands, his smile a memory that broke her heart. Myrrha held him as the wind grew cold, her tears staining the tapestry, her song breaking into a sob, her hands clutching the cloth as if it could hold him still. The battlefield grew silent, the shades weeping with her, the earth mourning their love, its soil drinking their sorrow. She buried him there, beneath a mound of ash, her tapestry his shroud, its threads unravelling as she laid it down, its colours lost to the earth's embrace. Myrrha returned to her village, her loom silent, her hands still, her heart a threadbare weave that could no longer hold light. She wove no more, her eyes dim, her voice gone, but her village kept her cloth, a relic of love lost, its faded hues a testament to her sorrow, its tears a vow of what was and could never be again. They hung it in their hall, its presence a quiet grief, a reminder of Calon's courage, of Myrrha's love, of the peace that slipped away. The children touched it, their fingers gentle, their eyes wide with stories they could not yet understand. The elders gazed at it, their sighs a prayer, their tales a whisper of her pain. Myrrha lived on, a shadow of herself, her days grey, her nights heavy with dreams of him, but her village held her close, their hands a warmth that kept her from fading entirely. As you drift with Myrrha's story, feel the weight of her grief settle like a heavy cloak, its folds soft with Irene's peace, guiding you deeper into a quiet sorrow, a rest born of tears, a calm that holds you close even as it aches, a tide that carries you towards sleep's gentle shore. Beyond the plain the sea stretched wild and cold, its waves a tumult ruled by Thalin, god of broken waves, his dominion a realm of chaos and longing. His hair was foam, white and restless, curling like clouds torn by the wind. His eyes were deep as the abyss, reflecting the sorrow of sunken ships, the weight of lives lost to his tides. Born of the clash between sky and tide, he was brother to Irene, yet his heart was untamed, his trident stirring storms that drowned hope, his laughter a roar that shook the cliffs, his tears a tide that flooded the shores. He was both creator and destroyer, his moods a current that rose and fell, calm one moment, raging the next, a dance of chaos and sorrow that shaped the sea's endless song, a symphony that sang of loss and love in equal measure. Thalin loved a mortal singer, Lyssa, whose voice tamed the waves, her songs a mirror for his soul, each note a spark that lit his darkness, each melody a vow that bound their hearts. Lyssa lived on a cliff above the sea, her hair woven with shells that hummed with the tide's rhythm, her eyes bright with the horizon's promise, her hands gentle with the harp she played. She sang for Thalin each dawn, her melodies a plea for peace, a tapestry of love and longing that wove calm where storms had reigned, her voice a light that pierced the sea's wild heart. Their love was doomed, for gods and mortals cannot hold what fades, cannot keep what fate tears asunder, cannot bind what the heavens forbid, but they clung to it, their moments a defiance of the stars, their bond a spark that burned against the dark. One twilight, Lyssa stood on her cliff, her harp glowing under the fading light, her voice rising above the wind, her song a weave of hope and sorrow, its notes threading peace through the sea's chaos. Thalin rose from the deep, his trident still, his eyes soft with a love that softened his storms, his form a shimmer of foam and shadow. The air grew still, the stars brighter, and they stood together, god and mortal, their hands almost touching, their hearts a single pulse, their love a moment that held the world at bay. The sea hushed, its waves a whisper of their bond, its surface a mirror for their dreams, its rhythm a lullaby that sang of what could be, if only fate were kind. They spoke in whispers, their words a tide that flowed between them, their laughter a ripple that joined the waves, their silence a peace that defied the storm. For a moment they were whole, their love a light that burned against the dark, a promise that no distance could break, no curse could shatter. But Tisiphone's curse stirred Thalin's soul, her serpent's whispering of betrayal, of love that could not endure, of a mortal heart too frail for a god's storm. A storm surged, its waves a roar that shattered the calm, its winds a howl that tore at Lyssa's cliff, its tide a hunger that could not be sated. Lyssa sang on, her voice unbroken, her harp a beacon in the dark, but the sea rose, its crest a claw that pulled her into the deep, her song swallowed by the waves, her light fading into the abyss. Thalin dove after her, his cries a tempest that shook the heavens, his trident carving paths through the water, his hands reaching for her fading glow. He searched the deep, his storms raging, his tears joining the sea's salt, but Lyssa was gone, her harp silent, her melody a memory that haunted the tides, her love a wound that bled with each wave. In his grief, Thalin carved a reef from the wreckage, its coral sharp with his sorrow, its caves echoing with her song, its waves weeping forever, a monument to their love that could never be, a testament to a peace that slipped through his hands. He retreated to the deep, his trident heavy, his storms quieter but no less wild, his heart a wound that never closed, his voice a sigh that joined the sea's lament. The reef became a place of pilgrimage, where sailors left shells to honour Lyssa, where the wind carried her song, faint but eternal, where the waves whispered her name, a vow that love could endure even in loss. Thalin's tale is one of sorrow, of peace that slips through trembling hands, of a love that burns even as it drowns, of a heart that breaks but never forgets. As you listen, imagine the sea's rhythm, its waves a tide of sorrow, carrying away your cares, its foam a veil that softens pain, its salt a taste of grief's truth. Let his story wash over you, a current of calm that soothes, drawing you toward sleep's embrace, where sorrow becomes a gentle hum, a memory of love that lingers like a star on the horizon, a tide that carries you to rest. In the shadowed woods of Laconia, a mortal named Theris roamed, a hunter whose arrows sought truth, whose heart carried the weight of loss, whose steps were heavy with guilt. His sister, Elera, had fallen to Tissaphone's strife, her laughter stolen by a war that spared no one, her smile a memory that haunted his nights, her voice a melody he could not forget. Theris wandered, his bow a companion, his quiver heavy with arrows he no longer wished to loose, his eyes dim with the sorrow of a brother who had failed to save her, who had not held her hand when the end came, who had not said goodbye. One night, under a sky of ash where stars hid their light, he found a glade where the trees wept sap, their roots cradling a stone etched with Irene's name, its surface warm with the goddess's fading glow, its lines a map of grief. The stone spoke, its voice a sigh that carried the weight of countless tears, telling of a trial, a shade called the Grief-Maw, whose claws were sharp with regret, whose eyes fed on joy, whose breath was a fog that buried hope, whose form was woven from the pain of those left behind. Theris, raw with loss, took the challenge, his heart a wound that bled with each step, his hands trembling with the weight of his guilt, his resolve a spark that flickered but did not fade. He forged a bow from cypress, its wood dark with sorrow, its string taut with his tears, its arrows tipped with memories of Elira's voice, her laugh, her song, her light that had lit his world. The Grief-Maw's lair was a hollow of endless dusk, its air thick with the scent of decay, its shadows alive with the echoes of forgotten joys, its growls a dirge that pressed against his soul. Theris entered, his heart heavy, guided by Irene's fading song, its notes a whisper that kept him whole, its melody a thread that held his breaking heart. The shade lunged, its claws cold as forgotten promises, its eyes a mirror for his guilt, its form a shadow that twisted with his pain, its breath a fog that clouded his sight. Theris drew his bow, his hands trembling, his breath shallow, and loosed an arrow, its tip bright with Elira's memory. A summer day, a shared laugh, a hand held tight. The Grief-Maw recoiled, its growls softening, its form flickering, but it struck, its claws raking his heart, its breath draining his strength, its eyes pulling at his soul. Theris fired again, each arrow a prayer, each shot a piece of himself, each memory a wound he offered willingly, her voice calling his name, her smile under the stars, her trust that he would always be there. The shade faltered, its claws slowing, its eyes dimming, but its touch lingered, a poison that sapped his life, a weight that pulled him down. With a final arrow, Theris struck true, piercing the Grief-Maw's heart, its form dissolving into mist, its growl fading into silence, its eyes closing with a sigh that carried his sister's name. But the Grief-Maw's touch was a curse, a shadow that clung to him, and Theris stumbled, his bow falling, his breath shallow, his body heavy with the cost of his victory. As he sank to the earth, the glade brightened, revealing a pool of tears, its surface shimmering with Irene's light, its ripples a song of peace that filled the air. Theris drank, his lips trembling, his heart breaking, and saw Elira's smile, her hand reaching for his, her voice a whisper that warmed his fading soul. They stood together, brother and sister, their love a moment of peace that held them close, a light that burned against the dark, a promise that no shadow could break. He whispered her name, his voice a sigh, and joined her in shadow, his light merging with hers, a star that burned too briefly, a glow that faded into the night. His bow remained, a relic for the woods, its string humming Irene's lament, its wood warm with their love, its arrows scattered like petals, each one a memory of their bond. The glade grew quiet, its trees still, its pool a mirror for their light, a place where sorrow bloomed into peace, if only for a moment, a sanctuary where their story lived on. The woods held it close, their branches swaying, their sap a vow, their silence a testament to Theris's sacrifice. Feel his sorrow now, a soft weight that settles, a quiet that guides you toward dreams where loss is a tender ache, a rest born of love's memory, a calm that holds you close, a tide that carries you deeper into sleep's gentle embrace. The myths of Greece are many, each a tear in the fabric of time, each a sigh in the night's embrace, each a star that falls too soon. There was Silna, the poet who wrote of peace. Her words a spark that lit the dark, burned by Tisiphone's fire when her verses grew too bright, her scroll a relic of her light, its ink a vow of sorrow that lingered in the wind. She sang one last stanza, its echo calming a village before she faded, her voice a whisper that joined the stars, her heart a wound that never closed. There was Vorin, the sailor who sought Irene's spring, his ship lost to Thalin's grief, his compass pointing to stars that no longer shone, his oars silent in the deep, his prayers a tide that carried no answer. There was Lerna, the healer whose herbs soothed a child's fever, only to fall to Tisiphone's curse, her hands empty, her heart a wound that bled with each dawn, her remedies a memory that lingered in the village's tears. There was Orin, the bard whose lyre sang of hope, his strings cut by war's blade, his final note a plea for peace that lingered in the air, his instrument a relic for a village that mourned him, its wood warm with his song. There was Tarin, the mother who carved a doll for her son, lost to strife, her hands bleeding as she worked, her gift buried with him, its wood a whisper of her love, its shape a vow of sorrow that lived in the earth. There was Jorith, the fisherman whose nets caught only memories, his boat sinking under Thalin's waves, his voice a prayer that faded into foam, his heart a tide that carried no shore. There was Corin, the sculptor who sought the heart of sorrow, a gem said to hold Irene's tears, his wife lost to Tisiphone's plague, his chisel carving her face into the cliffs, his hands bleeding with each strike, his life fading as he touched the gem, his light joining hers in the stars, his work a testament to their love, its stone a vow of grief eternal. There was Silra, the dancer who sought the shade of joy, her daughter lost to war, her steps a plea for peace, her body falling as the grove bloomed, her dance a rhythm that lived in the earth, her love a light that burned too briefly. There was Lorin, the boy who sought a shell that sang of peace, his father lost to Thalin's storms, his hands tracing the sand, his heart bright with hope, his life claimed by a wave, his light joining his father's in the deep, his shell a relic of their loss, its hum a vow of love. There was Vorith, the wanderer who sought the echo of grief, his lover lost to war, his song a plea that warmed the stone, his life fading with its chime, his heart a wound that bloomed in the canyon, his echo a testament to their bond. These tales, like embers, glow briefly, their warmth a fleeting gift, their light a star that falls, their sorrow a song that lingers in the heart, a melody that carries the weight of love's cost, a whisper that holds you close, even as it breaks. As you lie here, let these stories cradle you, their weight a gentle sorrow, their light a tender glow, their tears a tide that flows through you. They are not just tales of gods and mortals, but mirrors to your own heart, your own quiet griefs, your own moments of peace that slip away, your own loves that linger in the dark. The world may wound, storms may rage, but within you lies a spark that endures, a moment's calm that holds fast, a whisper that carries you through the night. Breathe deeply now, let the whispers of Greece carry you, their rhythm a lullaby that softens pain, drawing you into rest, a sanctuary where tears become dreams, where sorrow becomes a soft embrace, where love lingers like a sigh in the silence. Imagine now a hill where the wind mourns, its grass silver with dew, its air heavy with the scent of forgotten blooms, its silence a weight that holds you close. Here, a girl named Aelith sought Irene's echo, her heart broken by loss, her soul heavy with the absence of her brother Terran, whose laughter was silenced by Tisiphone's war, whose smile was a memory that haunted her nights, whose hand she could no longer hold. Aelith climbed the hill, her hands clutching a flute carved with his name, its wood warm with their shared childhood, its notes a vow of love, its sound a prayer for peace. The path was steep, the wind cold, its chill a blade that cut at her heart, but she pressed on, her steps guided by Irene's fading light, her resolve a flame that flickered but did not fade, her grief a tide that carried her upward. At the summit, where the stars seemed close, their glow faint but kind, Aelith played, her notes a plea for peace, a melody that wove through the wind, a song that carried her sorrow, its rhythm a heartbeat that joined the night's own. The air grew still, the dew brighter, the silence deeper, and Irene's shade appeared, her form a shimmer of mist, her eyes soft with sorrow, her touch a sigh that warmed the dark, her presence a light that held the world at bay. For a moment, Aelith heard Terran's voice, his laugh a chime that filled the air, his hand reaching for hers, his smile a spark that lit her heart. They stood together, sister and shade, their love a peace that defied the storm, a moment where loss paused, where sorrow softened, where time held its breath. They spoke without words, their hearts a single pulse, their bond a star that burned against the dark, a promise that no war could break, no shadow could dim. Aelith played on, her flute a bridge between worlds, her notes a vow that she would carry him always, that their love would live in her song. But the wind grew cold, Irene's light dimmed, and Terran faded, his voice a whisper that joined the stars, his presence a memory that slipped through her fingers, his smile a wound that broke her anew. Aelith's flute fell silent, her notes breaking into a sob, her hands trembling, her heart a shatter that could not be mended. She knelt, her tears falling like dew, her song a memory that lingered in the grass, her love a light that burned too briefly. Aelith descended the hill, her steps heavy, her flute empty, her heart a void that echoed with his absence. She returned to her village, her eyes dim, her voice gone, her days grey with the weight of loss. The village kept her flute, its wood a relic of their grief, its silence a vow of love lost, its notes a memory that lived in their songs. They sang for her, their voices soft, their hands gentle, their love a warmth that kept her from fading entirely, a promise that she was not alone, even in her sorrow. As you hear Aelith's notes in your mind, let them carry you, a soft tide, a tender sorrow, washing away the day's weight, a melody that draws you toward rest, a whisper that holds you close. The myths of Greece are lanterns in the dark, their flames fragile, their warmth eternal, their light a guide through the shadows, a glow that leads you into sleep, where grief is a quiet sea, and peace, though fleeting, is yours. Beyond the hill, in a valley of broken stone, a sculptor named Corin sought the heart of sorrow, a gem said to hold Irene's tears, its glow a mirror for love lost. His wife, Merith, had fallen to Tisiphone's plague, her smile a memory that haunted his hands, her voice a melody he carved into stone. Corin worked in the valley, his chisel a prayer, his hands bleeding with each strike, his heart heavy with the weight of her absence. The stones were cold, their surfaces rough, but he carved her face into the cliffs, her eyes bright, her lips soft, her presence a vow that she would live in his work, that their love would endure beyond the plague's reach. The valley was silent, its air thick with dust, its shadows long with grief, but Corin pressed on, guided by Irene's fading song, its notes a whisper that kept him alive, its melody a thread that held his breaking heart. He sang as he worked, his voice raw, his words a plea for peace, a prayer for her light to return. The cliffs took shape, her face emerging from the stone, its lines a map of their love, its curves a testament to her warmth. The valley watched, its stones still, its silence a vow, its sorrow a mirror for his own. One dawn, as the sky turned grey, Corin found the gem, buried deep in the cliff, its glow warm, its light a spark that lit the dark, its weight a promise of Irene's tears. He held it, his hands trembling, his heart breaking, and saw Mirith's face, her smile a moment of peace that warmed his soul, her voice a whisper that called his name. But the gem's sorrow was too heavy, its light too bright, and Corin fell, his chisel still, his carving unfinished, his breath fading as he clutched the gem, his light joining hers in the stars, a moment that cost his life, a peace that burned too briefly. The valley kept his work, its cliffs a testament to his sorrow, its stones a vow of love eternal, its gem a relic that glowed faintly, a whisper of their bond. The villagers came, their hands gentle, their eyes wet, and they carved his name beside hers, a promise that they would be remembered, that their love would live in the stone. The valley grew quiet, its dust settling, its silence a cradle for their light, a place where sorrow bloomed into peace, if only for a moment, Picture that valley now, the gems glow a star in the dark, the cliffs warm with his touch, their lines a map of grief, their weight a vow that holds you close. Feel Corinne's sorrow, a calm that settles, a rest that soothes, a valley where dreams are born of tears, a tide that carries you deeper into sleep's gentle shore. In a grove of withered laurel, a dancer named Silra sought the shade of joy, a spirit said to restore what war had stolen, its light a promise of laughter lost. Her daughter, Lyra, had perished to Tisiphone's curse, her laughter silenced by a blade, her smile a memory that haunted Silra's steps. Silra danced, her body a prayer, her steps a plea for peace, her heart a wound that bled with each movement. The grove was dark, its air heavy with the scent of decay, its branches bare with sorrow, but she moved, guided by Irene's fading light, her resolve a flame that burned through despair, her love a rhythm that defied the dark. She danced through the night, her feet tracing patterns in the earth, her arms reaching for a sky that offered no solace, her breath a song that carried Leora's name. The grove watched, its silence a weight, its shadows a mirror for her grief. But Silra pressed on, her steps a vow, her dance a testament to her daughter's light. The shade of joy appeared, its form bright, its eyes warm, its presence a spark that lit the dark, but its touch was cold, draining her life with each step, pulling at her heart with each turn. Silra danced on, her body trembling, her breath shallow, her love a fire that burned too brightly, a light that could not last. The shade softened, its glow dimming, its form fading, and the grove bloomed, its laurels green, its flowers bright. A moment of joy that joined Leora's light, a peace that warmed the air. But Silra fell, her dance unfinished, her body still, her heart breaking as she reached for her daughter's smile, her breath a sigh that carried her love. The grove kept her steps, its earth warm with her rhythm, its blooms a relic of her sacrifice, its silence a vow of their bond. The villagers came, their hands gentle, their eyes wet, and they danced for her, their steps a whisper of her love, their sorrow a song that lived in the laurel's leaves. Imagine that grove now, the laurel soft, the shade's glow a whisper in the air, its scent a balm for your soul, its silence a cradle for your heart. Feel Silra's peace, a calm that settles, a rest that holds you, a grove where sorrow blooms into dreams, where love endures, a tide that carries you deeper into sleep's gentle embrace. The myths of Greece are a garden, their roots deep, their blooms fleeting, their scent a vow of sorrow that lingers in the heart, a promise that holds you close, even as it breaks. The night deepens over Greece, its shadows a cloak, its silence a lament, its stars a canopy of tears. Irene's spring lies dry, its meadow grey, its flowers dust, but her song hums faintly, a whisper for the weary, a lullaby for the broken, a vow for the lost. Thalin's waves weep in the distance, their foam a veil of grief, their rhythm a sigh that joins the night. Tisiphone's whip rests, her serpent still, her eyes dim with a sorrow she cannot name. The shades sigh in their groves, their voices a chorus of love lost, their light a spark that flickers in the dark. The heroes, Myrrha, Theris, Aelith, Corinne, Silra, stand as echoes, their sorrow a circle that holds you, their love a light that guides you, their grief a tide that carries you. Breathe with them now, each inhale a tear, each exhale a sigh, pulling you gently into the stillness, where sorrow is a tender embrace, where rest is a sanctuary, where dreams are woven from the threads of loss. The meadow, the sea, the woods, the groves, the valleys, all blend into a single calm, a vast haven where you are held, where you are whole, where you are loved. In a village by the sea, a boy named Lorin sought a shell that sang of peace. His father lost to Thalin's storms, his heart bright with hope, his hands tracing the sand for a sign of his love. The shore was cold, its waves sharp, but Lorin walked, guided by Irene's fading song, his steps a prayer, his breath a vow. He found the shell, its glow warm, its hum a melody that carried his father's voice, a moment of peace that lit the dark. But as he held it, a wave rose, its crest a claw that claimed him for the deep, his light joining his father's in the stars, his love a spark that burned too briefly. The village kept the shell, its hum a relic of their loss, its glow a vow of love eternal, its song a whisper that lived in their nights. The mothers sang for him, their voices soft, their hands gentle, their tears a tide that joined the sea. The fathers carved his name in the cliffs, their chisels steady, their sorrow a vow that he would be remembered. See that shore now, the sand soft, the shell's song a whisper in your ear, its warmth a pulse that soothes, its light a star that guides you. Feel Lauren's sorrow, a calm that settles, a rest that holds you, a shore where dreams are born of waves, a tide that carries you deeper into sleep's gentle embrace. In a canyon of red stone, a wanderer named Vorith sought the echo of grief, a sound said to heal the broken, its chime a spark that lit the dark. His lover Erin had fallen to war, her voice lost to Tisiphone's blade, her smile a memory that haunted his steps. Vorith sang, his notes a plea, his heart a wound that bled with each word, his hands trembling with the weight of her absence. The canyon was silent, its stones cold, but he pressed on, guided by Irina's fading light, his song a prayer, his breath a vow. The echo answered, a chime that warmed the stone, its glow a light that pierced the dark, its rhythm a heartbeat that joined the night. Vorith sang on, his voice breaking, his notes a tapestry of their love, her laugh, her touch, her light that lit his world. But the echo grew heavy, its weight draining him, its chime pulling at his soul, its light too bright for his fading heart. He fell, his song unfinished, his breath a sigh, his heart breaking as he reached for her smile, his light joining hers in the stars, a moment that cost his life, a peace that burned too briefly. The canyon bloomed, its stones warm with his song, its flowers red with their love, its echo a testament to their bond, a vow that lived in the earth. The wanderers came, their hands gentle, their eyes wet, and they sang for him, their voices a chorus, their sorrow a vow that he would be remembered. Picture that canyon now, the echo soft, the stones warm, their song a hum that cradles you, their light a star that guides you. Feel Vorith's peace, a rest that soothes, a calm that carries you deeper, a canyon where dreams are woven from tears, a tide that draws you into sleep's gentle shore. In a meadow of dusk flowers, a healer named Irina sought the bloom of solace, a flower said to mend the heart, its petals a spark that lit the dark. Her son had fallen to Tisiphone's plague, his laughter silenced, his smile a memory that haunted her hands. Irina walked, her herbs a prayer, her heart a wound that bled with each step, her hands trembling with the weight of his absence. The meadow was grey, its flowers dim, but she pressed on, guided by Irina's fading song, her steps a vow, her breath a plea. Good night. If these tales kindle a spark of peace within, consider subscribing to wander these realms with me again. Now find a soft place to settle, let your breath deepen, and step with me into a world where the divine and mortal weave their steps beneath a canopy of stars, where silence sings louder than storms, where every tale is a thread in the tapestry of eternity. Our story begins not with the blaze of war or the thunder of Olympus, but with a gentle shimmer on a hill called Asteria, where a pool of moonlight cradled the birth of Lysara, goddess of starlit silence. She was no deity of might or splendour, but of stillness, her presence a melody that could hush the fiercest gales, her eyes twin constellations that held the secrets of the night. Her voice was a whisper, soft as the breath of dawn, yet it carried the weight of eternity, weaving calm into the fabric of the world. Her form shimmered like a veil of starlight. Her steps left trails of silver flowers, and her laughter was a ripple that softened the edges of time. Like all myths, her tale was forged in struggle, a delicate thread pulled taut against the chaos that sought to drown her light, a quiet promise that burned brighter than any storm. In the dawn of time, before Lysara gifted mortals with dreams of peace, the heavens were ruled by the primordial shades, vast beings of discord and dusk who cast long shadows over the earth. Chief among them was Nithron, the shade of endless echoes, whose voice was a cacophony that drowned the world in ceaseless noise. He feared the clarity of silence, the flicker of hope that burned in mortal souls, for it threatened his dominion. His echoes were chains, binding the earth in a clamour that stole rest, that buried dreams beneath a storm of sound. An oracle's prophecy, carved in starlight on a slab of obsidian, warned that a child of light would unravel his reign, and so Nithron vowed to extinguish any gleam that dared to rise, his shadows scouring the world for signs of radiance. When Lysara emerged from her pool, her glow soft but unyielding, Nithron saw his doom in her tranquil gaze. Her light was not a blaze, but a whisper, a quiet promise that shook his shadowed heart, a melody that pierced his chaos. He roared, his voice a tempest that split the hills and tore the sky, sending his echoes to bind her. Shadows that screamed with the weight of forgotten fears, their cries a storm that sought to smother her radiance. But Lysara's mother, Selene, the moon goddess, could not bear to lose her child. With a sigh that silvered the night, Selene wove a sanctuary, a grove of olive trees whose leaves whispered secrets of rest, their branches swaying like a lullaby, their roots drinking deep from the earth's quiet heart. There, guarded by the spirits of the breeze, Lysara grew in secret, her power swelling with each star that rose, her spirit a flame that burned without consuming. Nithron, deaf to her refuge, tightened his grip on the world, believing his chaos eternal. His echoes grew louder, their clamour a weight that pressed against mortal minds, stealing sleep and sowing despair. Yet destiny, like a tide, finds its shore, carving paths through even the hardest stone. Lysara's sanctuary was a hidden light, a seed buried in the dark, waiting for its moment to bloom. The breeze spirits sang to her of the world's pain, their voices soft as feathers, and she listened, her heart swelling with purpose. She wove dreams from their whispers, visions of calm that slipped into the minds of those who suffered, easing their burdens with images of still waters and silent skies. Years melted into centuries, and Lysara's strength deepened, her spirit a tapestry woven from the threads of starlight and silence. She learned to craft dreams from the heavens, threading peace into the hearts of mortals tormented by Nithron's din. Her visions were gentle, meadows of soft grass where the wind was a sigh, rivers that flowed without sound, skies where stars sang without words. These dreams were a balm, a quiet hand that soothed the weary, a light that guided them through the dark. She wove them with care, each one a star in her constellation, each one a whisper of hope that defied the shade's clamour. One twilight, beneath a sky brushed with indigo and gold, Lysara stepped from her grove, her light a gentle pulse against the chaos. The olive trees parted, their leaves shimmering, as if they knew her purpose. She was no warrior clad in armour, no god of thunder or flame, but a figure of quiet resolve, her glow a beacon that softened the world's edges. She knew the hour had come to face Nithron, to free the earth from his echoes, to restore the silence that was her gift. Armed only with her voice, a hum that could still a raging sea, a melody that could cradle a storm, she set forth, the earth sighing beneath her steps, as if it felt the weight of her destiny. Her journey was no simple path, but a pilgrimage through a world scarred by noise. It wound through valleys of ash where the air tasted of sorrow, where the ground was cracked and dry, yearning for peace. She crossed cliffs of salt that wept under the moon's gaze, their tears a mirror for the world's grief. The wind carried fragments of forgotten songs, their notes broken but alive, and the breeze spirits guided her, their murmurs a map through the dark. She passed rivers that roared Nithron's name, their currents pulling at her resolve, yet Lysara's heart remained steady, her light a flame that no shadow could dim. She walked through groves where the trees stood silent, their branches heavy with the memory of lost voices, and mountains where the stones hummed faintly, as if they knew her name and sang it back. Each step was a prayer, each breath a promise, her spirit a quiet fire that burned through doubt. She met travellers on her path, pilgrims and wanderers who felt her light, their eyes bright with wonder. She offered them dreams, soft as moonlight, and they carried her song forward, their voices a chorus that grew with each dawn. She crossed plains where the grass bent under the weight of Nithron's echoes, their whispers a challenge, but Lysara's silence was stronger, her presence a tide that washed away their hold. She climbed ridges where the stars seemed close, their glow a mirror for her own, and there she rested, her heart a beacon that called to the weary. At last she reached Nitheron's citadel, a labyrinth of obsidian that screamed with endless voices. Its spires clawed the heavens, black and jagged, their tips piercing the clouds. Its halls were alive with shadows that twisted and wailed, their cries a chorus of despair that echoed through the stone. The air was thick, heavy with the weight of chaos, and the ground trembled, as if it feared the shade's wrath. Nitheron loomed above her, his form a storm of discordant echoes, a swirling mass of darkness and sound. His eyes were twin voids that swallowed hope, his voice a gale that tore at the air, shaking the earth beneath her feet. "You are but a flicker," he roared, his words a tempest that sought to shatter her resolve. "I am the eternal clamour, the voice that drowns all others." Yet Lysera stood unshaken, her glow a soft defiance, her silence a shield against his storm. She raised her hands, her fingers tracing the air like threads of starlight, and from her lips came a song, not of battle, but of serenity, a melody that softened the sharpest stone. It was the sound of stars breathing, of moonlight pooling in quiet hollows, of a world at rest. The notes wove through the citadel, a silver thread unravelling the chaos, their rhythm a heartbeat that steadied the air. The echoes that bound the earth began to fade, their screams dissolving into mist, their weight lifting like a sigh from the world's weary soul. Nitheron howled, summoning his shadows to drown her light, their forms a tide of darkness that surged against her glow. But Lysara's song grew brighter, its notes a cascade of calm, a river of silence that flowed through the storm. Her melody was joined by the dreams of mortals who yearned for quiet, shepherds in distant hills, their flutes now silent, sailors on storm-tossed seas, their oars still, mothers cradling sleepless children, their lullabies soft. All felt her song, their hopes rising like stars to light the dark, their voices a chorus that echoed her own. The citadel trembled, its walls cracking as silence reclaimed the air, its spires crumbling under the weight of peace. One by one the shades faltered, their discord undone by the harmony of hope. Their shadows melted, their voices hushed, their forms fading like smoke in the dawn. With a final note, soft as a sigh, Nitheron shattered, his storm collapsing into a hush, his darkness swallowed by the light of Lysara's song. The citadel crumbled to dust, its stones falling like tears, and the world exhaled, its heartbeat steady, its breath calm. A gentle breeze carried the dust away, and the sky cleared, revealing a canopy of stars that shone brighter than ever before, their glow a testament to Lysara's victory. Lysara ascended to the heavens, her light a constellation that guided the weary, a beacon for all who sought stillness. She became the guardian of starlit silence, watching over the world from her hilltop pool, her song, a whisper that lingered in the night, a melody that cradled the earth in peace. But her tale was only the beginning, a single star in a sky of stories waiting to unfold. The world she freed was vast, its soil rich with tales of heroes, gods and beings born of both shadow and starlight, each a thread in the tapestry of Greece, each a note in the eternal song of time. As you listen, let the calm of her triumph wash over you, a tide that carries away the day's weight, a reminder that even in the loudest chaos, a single whisper can change everything. Feel her light now, a soft glow in your heart, guiding you deeper into rest, where the world grows quiet and peace becomes your home. Now imagine a rocky shore, where the waves kiss the stones under a twilight sky, their rhythm a lullaby for the weary, their foam a veil of dreams. Here lived Caliph, a mortal fisherman whose nets caught more than fish. They held the dreams of the sea, visions of currents that sang and tides that whispered secrets. His village cherished him, for his tales brought warmth through the coldest nights, stories that wove the ocean's heart into their hearths, tales of waves that danced and stars that swam beneath the surface. His voice was a beacon, his laughter a spark that lit the dark, and his hands, rough from rope and salt, were gentle with the stories he shared. Yet Caliph carried a burden, a vision that haunted his sleep, a serpent of scale and mist called the Tide Wraith, its form a shimmer in the deep. The elders spoke of its lair, a cavern beneath the waves, guarding a secret older than the ocean itself, a truth that could still the wildest storms. They whispered of its eyes, twin voids that stole courage, and its hiss, a sound that carried the weight of lost ships. Caliph, stirred by a quiet fire, felt its call, a pull he could not ignore, a thread that tied his heart to the sea's mysteries. He stood on the shore at dusk, the stars of Lissara above him, and knew his path lay beyond the horizon. One dawn he carved a spear from driftwood, its tip sharpened by the tides, its shaft smoothed by the wind. He blessed it with a prayer to Lissara, whispered under the first light of her stars, asking for courage, for calm, for the strength to bring peace to his village. With it he sailed across the waves, the wind his guide, the sea his companion. The water churned, testing his resolve, its waves rising like doubts to pull him under, their crests crowned with foam that sang of fear. But Caliph's heart was steady, his eyes fixed on the horizon where the sky met the deep, his breath a rhythm that matched the tide's own. The tide wraith's lair lay in a cavern where the water glowed emerald, its walls alive with echoes of lost ships, their timbers groaning in the dark, their sails torn whispers of forgotten voyages. As he entered, the air grew heavy, the serpent's hiss a low rumble that shook the stone, a sound that carried the weight of ancient fears, a chorus of the sea's lost souls. Fear brushed Caliph's soul, a cold hand on his heart, but he pressed on, his spear a steady weight in his grip, its wood warm with the memory of his prayer, its tip a spark of Lissara's light. The cavern's glow pulsed, its shadows dancing, as if the sea itself watched his steps. The tide wraith rose, its scales shimmering like moonlight, its coils a maze that twisted through the water. Its eyes were twin voids that swallowed hope, its jaws wreathed in mist that curled like smoke. It lunged, its hiss a storm that shook the cavern, and Caliph met it with his spear, his movements a dance with the sea's rhythm. The struggle was fierce. Wood clashed against scale, courage wrestled dread, the cavern roaring with their battle. Waves crashed against the walls, their spray a veil that blurred the world, their thunder a challenge to his resolve. Caliph fought not for glory, but for the peace that would follow, the calm that would heal his village's fears, the light that would guide them home. Each strike tested his spirit, each parry a prayer for those he loved. The tide wraith's coils tightened, its mist a shroud that clouded his sight, but Caliph moved with the grace of Lissara's silence, his heart echoing her song. He saw his village in his mind, the children who laughed by the shore, the elders who told tales by the fire, the hands that mended nets under the stars. Their faces steadied him, their voices a chorus that drowned the serpent's hiss. At last he found an opening, a flicker of light in the tide wraith's guard, and drove his spear into its heart. The serpent dissolved into foam, its hiss fading into a sigh, the cavern falling silent as the sea grew still, its waves a gentle caress against the stone. The emerald glow softened and the air felt lighter, as if the world had exhaled. In the creature's lair, Caliph found not gold or gems, but a pearl glowing with starlight, the heart of silence, a relic of Lissara's creation, pulsing with the calm of forgotten shores. It was warm in his hand, its light a mirror for the sea's deepest truths, its glow a promise of peace. He held it to his heart, and visions flooded him, moments of stillness, of waves that cradled ships, of skies that held no storms. He saw his village, its fears eased, its nights quiet, its days bright with hope. Caliph carried the pearl back to his village, where its light became a beacon, a star that shone through the darkest storms, a vow that peace could endure. The children touched it, their laughter brighter. The elders gazed at it, their stories deeper. Caliph became more than a fisherman, a weaver of quiet tales, sharing stories of rest and resilience. His voice a thread that bound his people to the sea's heart, a melody that echoed Lissara's own. As you drift with his story, feel the weight of his victory settle like a soft tide, the hush after the storm guiding you deeper into calm, a wave that carries you towards sleep, a pearl of peace glowing in your mind. Beyond the shore, the forests of Arcadia stretched wide, their canopies a tapestry of green and gold, their shadows alive with the pulse of life. Here ruled Aelira, goddess of the wild's heartbeat, her hair woven with vines, her eyes deep as the earth's core, reflecting the secrets of root and stone. Born of the union between sky and soil, she was sister to Lysara, yet her spirit was untamed, a force that stirred the world's roots and woke the forest from slumber. Elira's staff summoned blooms from barren ground, her laughter a rustle through the leaves, a sound that called deer to the glade and birds to the branch. She was both guardian and tempest, her moods shifting like the seasons, gentle one moment, fierce the next, a dance of creation and chaos that shaped the wild's endless song. Once, a mortal hunter named Theron sought her blessing, his heart heavy with his village's need. The game had vanished, driven away by a blight that withered the woods, leaving the hunters empty-handed and the children hungry, their cries a weight on the air. Theron knelt in a glade, offering a crown of woven reeds, his hands trembling with hope, his breath a prayer for those he loved. The air grew still, the leaves hushed, and Elira stepped from the trees, her presence a pulse that shook the earth, her scent of moss and wildflowers filling the glade. Her eyes were a storm and a haven, her voice a whisper and a growl, the ground trembling as she spoke. "Why should I aid you?" she asked, the leaves swaying at her words, the wind carrying her question like a challenge. Theron answered, his voice steady despite his fear. "Not for me, but for those who hunger, for the hands that wait empty, for the hearts that ache." His words were a spark, a light that caught Elira's gaze, and she saw the truth in his eyes, the love that drove him, the hope that held him. Moved by his selflessness, she touched the ground, her fingers tracing the roots beneath, her staff a wand of life. A spring burst forth, its waters clear as starlight, its flow a song that called the beasts back to the forest. Deer stepped from the shadows, their eyes bright. Hares darted through the grass, their steps a dance. The glade bloomed, its flowers bright, their petals a chorus of renewal, their scent a promise of plenty. Theron returned to his village, his crown now woven with Elira's vines, a symbol of her grace, a relic that hummed with the forest's heartbeat. His tale spread, a whisper of hope that warmed the hearths, a story that grew with each telling, a vow that the wild could be kind to those who honoured it. The children laughed again, their voices a melody. The hunters returned with full quivers, their steps light. The village thrived, its nights soft with the memory of Elira's spring, its days bright with the promise of her gift. Feel that spring now, its waters cool against your skin, its flow a rhythm that steadies your breath, drawing you deeper into the forest's calm, a glade where peace blooms eternal. Yet Elira's soul was restless, a storm beneath her calm, her heart a tangle of roots and wind, a wild thing that could not be bound. She loved a mortal poet, Lyrian, whose verses sang of the forest's secrets, each word a leaf that fell into her heart, each stanza a branch that reached for her light. His poems were a mirror, reflecting her wildness, her stillness, her endless dance. Their bond was forbidden, for gods and mortals tread delicate paths, their steps shadowed by fate's jealous gaze, their love a spark that defied the heavens. When Lyrian carved her name into an oak, hoping to bind their love, to etch their story into the earth, the sky god Zerin struck it with lightning, his wrath a fire that scarred the grove, its flames a roar that drowned the forest's song. Elira's grief shook the woods, her tears toppling trees, her cries a wind that howled through the valleys, a tempest born of loss that tore at the earth's heart. The rivers swelled, the leaves fell, and the beasts hid, their silence a mirror for her pain. Yet in her sorrow, Elira shaped a new grove from the wreckage, its branches woven with starlight, its leaves humming Lysara's song, its roots drinking deep from the earth's quiet pulse. It became a haven where their spirits could meet in dreams, a place where love endured beyond the sky's anger, where Lyrian's verses lived in the rustle of leaves, where Elira's laughter echoed in the breeze. Elira's tale is one of balance, wildness and peace entwined, a rhythm that pulses through the earth, a reminder that even grief can bloom into beauty, that even the fiercest storm can birth a sanctuary. As you listen, imagine the forest's heartbeat, its leaves swaying, carrying away your cares, its roots grounding you in calm. Let her story root you, a pulse of peace that steadies your mind. drawing you closer to sleep's embrace. The wild is vast, its shadows deep, but within its heart lies a quiet strength, a promise of renewal that lingers like dew on the dawn, a grove where dreams grow soft and sure. In the shadowed hills of Thessaly, another figure rose. Clyra, the wanderer, a mortal kissed by starlight's fire, her spirit a flame that burned through loss. Her village had crumbled in a feud between lesser deities, its stones scattered like memories, its laughter silenced by divine whims, its hearths cold with ash. Alone she roamed, seeking meaning in the dust, her steps guided by the faint glow of Lysara's stars, their light a whisper of hope in the dark. Her heart was a map, its lines drawn by sorrow, its paths lit by resilience, and she carried it forward, a pilgrim in a world of broken songs. One night, beneath a crescent moon, Clyra found a cave where the walls glowed faintly, etched with signs of an ancient trial, their lines pulsing with forgotten light, their curves a language of courage. The signs spoke of a beast, the shadow maw that preyed on hope, its claws tearing at the soul, its growls a weight that crushed the spirit, its eyes a mirror for despair. The cave hummed, its air alive with the memory of those who had faced it, their echoes a challenge, their silence a vow. Clyra, weary yet resolute, accepted the trial, her heart a spark that refused to fade, her hands steady with purpose. She forged a blade from fallen stars, its edge shimmering with the light of her will, its hilt warm with the memory of her home, the laughter of her kin, the warmth of their fires, the hands that wove her childhood. The Shadowmoor's lair was a chasm of endless night, its darkness a shroud that swallowed sound, its air heavy with the scent of forgotten dreams. She entered, her steps steady, guided by the glow of her blade, a faint star in the void, its light a promise that cut through the dark. The beast lunged, its claws raking the air, its eyes glinting with the malice of lost hopes, its growls a chorus that pressed against her heart. Clyra was swift, her blade a streak of light through the shadows, her movements a dance with the dark. The battle was fierce, each strike a test of her spirit, each parry a prayer for those she had lost. The Shadowmoor's claws tore at her resolve, its growls a weight that sought to bury her, but Clyra fought with the memory of her village, not its fall, but its warmth, its hands that held her, its voices that sang her name. She saw their faces in the dark, their smiles a light that steadied her, their laughter a song that drowned the beast's roar. At last she struck true, piercing the Shadowmoor's heart, her blade a beacon that shattered the chasm's night. As it fell, the darkness lifted, revealing a spring of starlit water, its surface alive with reflections of the heavens, its ripples a song of peace that filled the air. Clyra knelt by the spring, her breath ragged, and drank, her throat cool with its light. Visions flooded her, not of loss, but of love, of hands that wove nets, of fires that warmed the night, of a village that lived in her heart. She understood then that her journey was not to mourn, but to mend, to carry hope where despair had rooted, to build anew from the ashes. She returned to the world, a beacon for the broken, her blade now a tool to carve paths, her tale a whisper of resilience that echoed through the hills, a light that shone for all who wandered. Feel Clyra's peace now, a soft star in the dark, guiding you toward dreams where wounds become strength, where silence heals, where the heart finds its home. Her spring is yours, its waters cool against your skin, its ripples a rhythm that slows your breath, a tide that carries you deeper into calm. The hills of Thessaly fade, but her light lingers, a glow that wraps around you, a promise that even in shadow, a spark can endure, a whisper that leads you to rest. The myths of Greece are countless, each a thread in the loom of eternity, each a note in the song of time, each a star in the sky of stories. There was Arena, the weaver of clouds, who spun mists into visions of tomorrow, her threads soft as dawn, her loom a canvas for hope. When a warlord sought to chain her craft, she wove a fog that lost his army, teaching him the humility of the unseen, her laughter a breeze that carried peace. There was Tormen, the shepherd whose flute calmed a raging boar, leading it to a meadow where it slept, its breath a sigh of peace, its weight a vow of rest. There was Silith, the potter, whose clay held the echoes of the earth, her vessels singing of quiet valleys, their curves a map of calm, their warmth a gift for the weary. There was Vorin, the sailor who caught a fish of glass, its scales reflecting the sea's heart, a mirror for dreams. He released it, and the waves gifted him a shell that sang of still waters, a melody that guided him home through the fiercest storms. There was Lerna, the healer whose herbs mended a raven's wing, its cries leading her to a grove where blooms never faded, their scent a balm for the soul, their petals a promise of renewal. There was Jorith, the mason who carved a stone that hummed with the wind, its voice calling rain to a parched land, its weight a vow of life, its surface etched with the stories of those who came before. There was Oren, the bard whose lyre woke the winds, their song a guide for lost travellers. When a storm trapped her kin, she played a melody that parted the clouds, her notes a beacon that led them home, her strings humming with the sky's own voice. There was Tarin, the weaver whose threads bound the dawn, her cloth a shield against the cold, her patterns a map of hope that warmed her village through winter. There was Corin, the painter whose colours caught the sea's dreams, his canvases a window to the deep, his brush a wand that stilled the heart. These tales, like constellations, shine through time, their lessons a gentle hum that settles over you, a rhythm that slows your heart, a light that guides you to rest. As you rest here, let these stories sink deep within you, their roots twining with your own, their branches reaching for your dreams. They are not just legends of gods and heroes, but mirrors to your own stillness, your own spark, your own quiet strength. The world may roar, tempests may rise, but within you lies a power that endures, a silence that sings, a light that burns without consuming. Breathe deeply now, let the whispers of Greece carry you, their rhythm a lullaby that softens the day's edges, drawing you into the calm of the night, a sanctuary where thoughts grow light, where peace becomes a home, where the stars above are yours. Imagine now a cliff above the sea, where the waves sing below a sky of fading stars, their light a tapestry of dreams, their glow a promise of rest. Here stood Pelion, the god of echoes, his voice a tide that could stir the heart or still it, his form woven of mist, his eyes deep with the weight of ages, reflecting the stories of all who climbed his heights. A mortal climber, Sarin, sought his wisdom, her steps steady on the stone, her hands rough from the earth's touch. Her village faced a drought, its fields cracked, its children weary, their laughter silenced by thirst, their eyes heavy with want. Pelion tested her, sending winds that sang of despair, their voices weaving tales of loss, their chill a weight on her soul, their whispers a challenge to her heart. The cliffs were steep, their stones sharp, their shadows long, but Sarin climbed on, her hand steady, her will a flame that burned through doubt, her breath a rhythm that matched the sea below. She saw her village in her mind, the children who played in the dust, the elders who prayed for rain, the hands that held her close. Their faces steadied her, their hopes a light that lit her path. At last she reached his summit, where the air hummed with echoes of the world's heart, where the stars seemed close enough to touch. Pelion spoke, his words a ripple of sound that echoed in her bones, a cascade that filled the silence, a song that wove the past and future. "What do you seek?" he asked, his voice a wave that crashed and soothed. Sarin answered, "Water for my kin, life for my home, a chance for laughter to return." Her words were a spark, a truth that caught Pelion's gaze, and he saw the courage in her eyes, the love that drove her, the hope that held her. Moved by her resolve, he struck the cliff with his staff, and a stream poured forth, its waters rushing to the valley below, a silver thread that revived the fields, a song that woke the flowers, a tide that carried life. Sarin returned a hero, her tale a melody that lingered in the village's joy, a promise that perseverance could carve paths through stone, that even the hardest earth could bloom. The children danced by the stream, their laughter a chorus, the fields turned green, their stalks heavy with grain. The village thrived, its nights soft with the memory of Pelion's gift, its days bright with the promise of Serin's courage. As you hear her story, let the sound of that stream fill your mind, a gentle flow, a promise of calm, easing you into the night's embrace, a tide that carries you toward rest, a current that soothes every strain. The gods of Greece were not without flaws, their hearts as complex as the mortals they watched. Their choices a dance of light and shadow, their stories a mirror for the world's own. Pelion's sister, Therin, goddess of flame, once burned a grove in her anger, its ashes a scar on the earth that silenced the birds, its smoke a veil that hid the stars, its heat a wound that lingered. Lysera met her song cooling the embers, her voice a breeze that carried the scent of renewal, soft but unyielding, a melody that pierced the fire's roar. "Why destroy what can bloom?" she asked. Her words a mirror for Therin's heart, a light that showed her pain. Chastened, Therin turned her fire to the hearth, warming homes instead of wounding them, her flames now a gift rather than a curse, her light a promise rather than a storm. She learned to weave her fire with Lysera's silence, creating hearths that glowed with calm, fires that comforted without consuming. Their truce was a lesson in balance, a reminder that even fury can find peace, that even the wildest spark can warm without burning, that even the fiercest heart can rest. Feel that warmth now, a soft glow within, a hearth fire that steadies your breath, its light a promise of comfort, its dance a lullaby that soothes, a vow that peace can rise from even the deepest anger. In the plains below, a mortal named Arion faced his own trial, his heart a steady pulse in the dark, his hands rough from the earth's work. A shadow hound, born of Therin's early wrath, stalked his flocks, its growls a terror that kept the shepherds awake, its eyes glinting with malice, its claws tearing at the night. Arion, armed with a sling and a herder's heart, tracked it through starless nights, his steps guided by the faint glow of Lysera's stars, their light a whisper of hope, their glow a map through the dark. The hound was swift, its form a blur of shadow, but Arion was patient, his heart a rhythm that matched the earth's own, his breath a prayer for those he guarded. He walked through fields where the grass bent under the weight of fear, through valleys where the wind carried the hound's howl, through nights where the stars seemed distant, their light faint. Yet Arion pressed on, his sling a steady weight, its stones smooth from the river's touch, its leather worn from his hands. At dawn he cornered the hound by a river, the water silver under the rising sun, its surface a mirror for the sky's first light. The hound lunged, its claws a storm, but Arion's stone flew true, striking its heart. The beast dissolved into mist, its growl fading into silence, leaving a coal that glowed with warmth, a spark that carried Therin's redeemed fire. Arion carried the coal back to his village, where it warmed their hearths through winter, its glow a quiet triumph, its light a vow that courage could endure. The shepherds slept soundly, their flocks safe. The nights grew soft, their stars bright. Arion's tale was told by the fire, a story of patience, of light found in shadow, of a heart that held fast. As you listen, feel his peace settle over you, a warmth that soothes, a light that guides, a rhythm that slows your heart, drawing you deeper into the calm, a plain where fears fade and rest begins. As ages passed, the myths grew, their echoes shaping the land, their stories weaving a tapestry that stretched across Greece's heart. Heroes rose and fell, gods clashed and mended, yet the soul of the world endured, a realm of wonder, bound by the whispers of its past, lit by the dreams of its future. Lysera watched from her hill, her pool a mirror for the stars, Elira from her woods, her vines a song of life, Pelion from his cliffs, his echoes a tide of truth. Their stories, like yours, are never truly done, but woven into time's endless loom, a gentle hum that lingers as you drift, a melody that carries you towards sleep's embrace. Now picture a quiet cove, where the sand glows faintly under a crescent moon, the waves a soft sigh against the shore, their foam a veil of dreams. Here, a woman named Myrine sought the sea's truths, her heart heavy with loss. She had lost her sister to the tides, and her grief drove her to the water's edge, her hands tracing the sand, her eyes searching the horizon. She built a raft, frail but steadfast, its timbers bound with hope, its sails woven from her prayers. The sea rose testing her, its waves crashing like doubts, their crests crowned with sorrow. But Marine sang, a melody of loss and longing, her voice a thread through the storm, a light that pierced the dark. Elira heard, her heart softening, her vines reaching across the waves. She guided Marine to an isle where her sister's spirit waited, a shimmer of peace in the mist, her form a glow that warmed the air. They spoke in whispers, their words a tide that eased Myrene's pain, their laughter a ripple that joined the sea's song. Myrene returned, her sorrow lighter, her song a gift to the shore, a lullaby that calmed the villagers' fears, a melody that lingered in their dreams. Her raft became a relic, its timbers a vow of hope, its sails a banner of peace. As you hear her voice in your mind, let it carry you, a soft wave, a tender release, washing away the day's weight, a tide that draws you toward rest. Beyond the cove, in the vineyards of Attica, a vintner named Arion tended vines that sang of the earth's secrets, their roots deep, their leaves a chorus of summer. His wine was golden, sweet with the memory of sunlight, and the people sought it for joy and healing, its taste a spark that warmed the heart. But one autumn, a frost gripped the hills, its chill stealing the grape's warmth, its breath a shroud that silenced the vines. Arion ventured into the mountains, seeking the source of the cold, his cloak dusted with vine dust, his heart steady, his hands warm with the earth's touch. The path was steep, the air sharp, but he climbed, his breath a rhythm, his eyes fixed on the peaks where the stars burned bright. There, in a hollow of ice, he found the frost wraith, a spirit born of forgotten winters, its form shimmering, its breath a mist that froze the air, its eyes a mirror for the cold's despair. Arion offered a flask of his wine, its warmth a spark against the chill, its glow a light that pierced the frost. "Taste life," he said, his voice soft but sure, his hand steady as he held the flask. The frost wraith hesitated, its form trembling, then drank, the wine glowing within it, a fire that melted its icy heart. The hollow bloomed, the frost fading into a spring that fed the vines, its waters warm, its flow a song of renewal. Arion returned, his vineyards alive with song, his wine now richer, its taste a vow of warmth. His tale spread, a story of light found in shadow, of a heart that thawed the cold. The people drank his wine, their laughter brighter, their nights softer, their days alive with the memory of his spring. Imagine that hollow now, the ice softening, the spring's warmth rising around you, its scent of earth and bloom a balm for your soul. Feel it seep into your bones, a gentle heat that loosens every tension, guiding you deeper into calm, a vineyard where peace grows eternal. The stories of Greece ripple outward, touching every corner of its vastness, their currents soft and sure, their echoes a song that never fades. In the olive groves of Crete, a girl named Leora chased a dove of silver feathers, its wings bright with dawn, its flight a dance that lit the air. The chase led her to a glade where the trees glowed with starlight, their branches heavy with dreams, their leaves a whisper of hope. There stood the starwing, a guardian of light, its voice a chime that sparkled, its eyes a mirror for the sky's heart. Leora, bold yet kind, offered a braid of her hair woven with her wishes, its strands a vow of trust. The starwing nestled beside her, its glow softening, and the glade warmed, a spring bubbling forth, its waters a gift to the island, its flow a song that woke the olives. Leora returned, her braid now shimmering with starlight, her tale one of trust, of warmth shared in the light, of a heart that followed hope. The groves thrived, their oil golden, their scent a promise of peace. See that glade now, the starlight fading, the springs trickle a soft sound in your ears, its waters cool against your skin. Feel the braid's softness, a tender embrace that eases every strain, guiding you deeper into the night, a grove where dreams bloom bright. In the highlands of Thessaly, a shepherdess named Tarin tended her flock beneath a sky of endless stars, their light a canopy, their glow a vow. One night, a star fell, its light dimming as it struck the earth, its warmth fading in the dust. Taran ran to it, her hands gentle, and found a shard that pulsed faintly, warm against her skin, alive with Lysara's light. A voice, Lysara's, spoke, soft as a sigh. "Carry me home." Taran climbed the hills, the shard glowing against her chest, its warmth a guide through the dark, its pulse a rhythm that matched her own. The path was steep, the wind sharp, but Taran pressed on, her flock trailing behind, their bleats a chorus of trust. She reached a ridge where the sky kissed the land, where the stars seemed close enough to touch, their light a mirror for her own. She placed the shard in the soil and it flared, rising as a new star, brighter than before, its glow a beacon that lit the hills. Lysara's laughter echoed, a chime in the wind, and Taran slept beneath its light. Her flock safe, her heart light, her dreams alive with the stars' song. Her tale is one of care, of lifting light from shadow, of a heart that carried hope home. Imagine that ridge now, the star above you, its glow a soft blanket over the hills, its warmth a pulse that soothes your mind. Feel its light, a steady rhythm that draws you closer to the stillness within, a ridge where peace reigns, where dreams take root. The hills of Thessaly fade, but Taran's star lingers, a glow that wraps around you, a promise that even in the darkest night, a spark can endure, a light that guides you to rest. Beyond the hills, in a canyon of red stone, a warrior named Rin fought the dust wraith, a shadow of drought that parched the rivers, its form sand and wind, its breath a storm that stole life. His spear was sharp, but his heart sharper, driven by his village's need, by the children who thirsted, by the fields that cracked. The wraith twisted, its eyes glinting with malice, but Rin danced with it, his steps a mirror to the breeze, his spear a wand of hope. At last he struck, and rain fell where the wraith dissolved, a gift of life, a tide that woke the earth. Rin returned, his spear now a staff, his tale one of balance, of turning struggle into renewal, of a heart that carved rivers from dust. The village thrived, its rivers full, its fields green, its nights soft with the memory of rain. Picture that canyon now, the rain falling softly, its drops a patter against the stone, its scent of earth and life a balm for your soul. Feel it on your skin, cool and light, washing away every strain, guiding you deeper into calm, a canyon where peace flows eternal. The night stretches over Greece, its shadows soft, its silence vast, its stars a canopy of dreams. Lysara's pool glows faintly, a beacon for the weary, its waters a mirror for the heavens. Elira's forests whisper in the distance, their leaves a song of life. Pelion's cliffs hum with echoes, their stones a vow of truth. The gods and mortals of these tales stand together, their stories a circle that holds you, their light a guide through the dark. Breathe with them now, each inhale a wave, each exhale a breeze, pulling you gently into the stillness, where the world fades and peace remains, where dreams are yours. In a village by the river, a child named Loris found a stone that sang of rain, its voice a hum that woke the clouds. The fields were dry, the people weary, and Loris climbed a hill to listen, her hands warm with the stone's glow, her heart bright with hope. The stone's song grew, calling rain, and it fell, soft and steady, a tide that revived the earth. The village thrived, and Loris kept the stone, her tale one of hope, of small acts that bloom, of a heart that sang with the sky. See that hill now, the rain a patter around you, the stone's song a hum in your chest, its warmth a pulse that soothes. Feel Loris's peace, a steady rhythm that guides you deeper, a tide that carries you toward rest, a hill where dreams take root. The myths of Greece are a garden, their roots deep, their blooms endless, their scent a balm for the soul. There was Jorin, the fisherman who caught a net of stars, their light guiding him home, their glow a vow of peace. There was Silra, the healer whose herbs mended a raven's wing, its cries leading her to a grove of eternal blooms, their petals a promise of life, each flower a story, each leaf a sigh, each root a vow. Lysara tends them still, her hands brushing the petals, her voice a thread through the night, her pool a cradle for their light. As you lie here, let that garden grow within you, its colours soft, its scents a balm, its blooms a promise of peace. The hills, the forests, the seas, all part of Greece's heart, all part of this moment, all part of you. Breathe deeply, let the air fill you, a slow tide that carries every thought, every care into the vastness, where all is calm, where all is light. In a grove of twilight blooms, a dreamer named Aelith sought the moon-wisp, a light said to guide lost souls, its glow a star in the dark. Her nights were restless, her mind a maze, and she walked the grove, her hands tracing the petals, her heart bright with longing. The wisp appeared, a shimmer of silver, and led her to a hollow where the air sang of peace, its notes a lullaby that stilled her thoughts. She rested there, her dreams clear, her tale one of guidance, of light found in shadow, of a heart that followed hope. Feel that grove now, the blooms soft, the wisp's light a star above you, its glow a blanket that wraps around you. Let Aelith's calm fill you, a stillness that softens every edge, a tide that draws you deeper into the night, a hollow where dreams are yours. The myths of Greece are a river, their currents gentle, their depths a sanctuary, their waters a mirror for your rest. Drift with them, a leaf on the tide carried into the quiet, where the world fades and peace begins, where the night is yours, where rest is eternal. The stars over Greece shine brighter now, their light a canopy over Lysara's pool, their glow a promise of dreams. The tales fade, their edges blurring, but their heart remains, a vow of peace, a whisper of wonder, a song that never ends. Breathe slowly, let the night take you, its arms soft and sure, its silence a cradle for your soul. The pool reflects your calm, its waters a mirror for your heart, guiding you deeper into sleep, where all is safe, where all is whole, where all is yours. In a field of silver grass, a girl named Erin danced with the wind, her steps a game of joy, her laughter a chime that lit the air. The wind laughed, lifting her, and carried her to a hill where the sky sang, its notes a lullaby that stilled the world. She slept there, the wind her blanket, her tale one of lightness, of peace in the dance, of a heart that flew with the breeze. Feel that field now, the grass soft, the wind a caress around you, its touch a promise of calm. Let Erin's laughter lift you, a gentle pull into the dark where dreams wait, free and light, where the night is yours. The myths of Greece hush, their light a memory, their calm a thread, their song a sigh. Lysara's pool lies still, its waters a cradle, its glow a vow, its ripples a lullaby that carries you deeper. The stars fade, the night deepens, the world a dream, the heart a home. Breathe with it, let the air fill you, a tide into the quiet where all is peace, where all is rest, where all is yours. In a canyon of ancient stone, a wanderer named Torith sought the echo of dawn, a sound said to wake the world, its chime a spark that lit the dark. The canyon was silent, its walls steep, but Torith sang, her voice a thread in the night, her notes a vow of hope. The echo answered, a glow that woke the stone, and the canyon bloomed with dawn's light, its warmth a promise of life. Torith's tale is one of awakening, of peace in the song, of a heart that sang with the sky. See that canyon now, the light soft, the echo a hum around you, its warmth a pulse that soothes your soul. Feel Torith's peace, a gentle rise into rest, a melody that carries you deeper, a canyon where dreams bloom eternal. The myths of Greece fade, their voices a sigh, their shapes a mist, their light a memory. Lysara's pool glows faintly, its waters a sanctuary, its rhythm yours, its glow a vow. The night is complete, its shadows a cradle, its silence a gift, its peace a home. In a grove of ancient oaks, a seeker named Vorith found a seed of light, its glow faint but alive, its warmth a spark that lit the dark. He planted it, and a tree grew, its branches heavy with stars, its roots deep with hope. The grove sang, and Vorith rested beneath it, his tale one of growth, of peace in the planting, of a heart that sowed light. Feel that grove now. The trees glow above you, its song a whisper in the air, its warmth a blanket that wraps around you. Let Vorith's calm settle over you, a stillness that roots you deep, guiding you into the night, a grove where dreams take root. The myths of Greece are a constellation, their points connected by your breath, their glow a guide, their light a vow. Drift with them, a star in the sky, carried into the quiet, where the night is yours, where rest is eternal, where peace is endless. The stars fade, the pool stills, the world hushes, and you are whole. In a meadow of dusk flowers, a child named Serin danced with the shadows, their shapes a game, their forms a joy. They were not foes, but friends, their dance a vow of light. Lysara watched, her laughter a chime, and blessed her with a dream of flight, its wings a spark that lit the dark. Serin woke, her heart light, her dance eternal, her tale one of joy, of peace in the moment, of a heart that soared. Feel that meadow now, the flowers soft, the shadows playful around you, their touch a caress that soothes. Let Serin's joy lift you, a gentle rise into the dark where dreams wait, light and free, where the night is yours. The myths of Greece are a breath, a sigh, a fading echo, a glowing ember. Lysara's pool lies still, its waters a mirror, its glow a promise, its ripples a song. The stars dim, the night deepens, the world a dream, the heart a sanctuary. Breathe slowly, let the air carry you, a wave into the deep, where all is calm, where all is safe, where all is yours. In a cave by the sea, a hermit named Orin carved tales into stone, his hands old, his eyes dim, but his heart bright with the world's light. His chisel sang, its rhythm a vow, its marks a map of dreams. Vera visited him, her voice a wave, and asked, "Why do you keep these stories?" Orin smiled, "To hold the light." She left him a shell that glowed, and Orin slept, his carvings eternal, his tale one of memory, of peace in the quiet act, of a heart that sang with the sea. See that cave now, the shells glow a star in the dark, the stone warm beneath you, its tales a whisper in your ear. Feel Orin's stillness, a calm that settles deep, a light that lingers, a vow that holds you close. The myths of Greece are a tapestry, their threads woven with starlight, their patterns a dance of peace, their weight a comfort. Drift with them, a thread in the loom, carried into the quiet, where the night is yours, where rest is eternal, where peace is endless, where you are whole. Take a deep breath, dear listener. Let the weight of the day dissolve, carried by the winds of these stories, their currents soft, their touch a caress. The gods and heroes of Greece watch over you, their strength a silent vow, their light a guide through the dark. The hill, the sea, the woods, the groves, all blend into a single calm, a vast sanctuary where you are safe, where you are held, where you are whole. Sleep now, wrapped in the whispers of the eternal realms, knowing that tomorrow's dawn will greet you with peace, a gentle light to guide your way, a song to carry you home,